Okay, welcome to another painting full tutorial, long form lesson, or whatever you want to call it. We're going to be doing the winter scene with mountains and little cabins out in the mountains. I thought it was quite an interesting subject, and if you got a chance to watch that YouTube video, you'll know that I made it up, which is something I never did. Well, no, I should say I made it up on the canvas. There's a difference between making it up on a piece of paper, where you have the chance to throw away the paper. When I do make them up on paper, I will typically start over many times. And on this, of course, I don't want to be starting over, so it's a bit more risky, and I enjoyed it. I wouldn't do it every time, and I think I painted a little slower because of it, but hopefully you'll be able to follow along and enjoy it. We're off to a good start. I'm painting right off the camera, but I'll notice that in just a moment, and I'll move the camera and adjust it, and I'm sure that you know how to do this by now. This is just a little bit of titanium white, Prussian blue, and red to get us going. I am mixing clear gel into the actual paint. I have not applied the clear gel to the canvas today. I'm not sure why I chose to do that. I don't even remember, really. In fact, I don't remember doing it, but I'm looking here, and I can see clearly by the palette that it is exactly what I did. So I've got a little bit of, it's a little bit thinner, just a little bit of smoothness so I can blend my colors, which I think is very important. You can see here that I'm working on overlapping strokes, and literally by making this up, I didn't know where it was going to go. I was just along for the ride. Here you can see some blue, red, white, and clear gel. Go slightly darker on the corners. I'm grinding with that 2-inch brush, and it's important to grind it in and work it well into the fabric of the canvas, because by doing that it sticks and that canvas will hold the texture. This is one of my leftover canvases from that video where I reviewed all the canvases. Getting to the end of those, the rest of them I think I'm probably not going to use for real paintings. They're pretty junky, and they got that bar down the middle. I'm probably not going to use them. Maybe I'll give them away at my art class or something for people to practice on. I don't know. But anyway, here you can see just rolling in various colors, a little bit of black and white there, black and white in that mix. If you use too much black and blue, you'll actually make a green, so I don't want to do that. But a little bit in moderation is good, and it gives it that stormy, cloudy effect, which I think is really appropriate, and I like it. So you can see by using those circular motions that I'm actually building that, what would you call it? I'm kind of building that stormy, rolling cloud action just in my underbelly. Oops, I went too dark. That was a mistake. But rather than removing it, I actually decided to use it. It's not like I have a planned direction anyways, so here you go. I am just deciding to go ahead and darken up that corner. I like my corners darker. It is rare that I grab such a dark color by accident, but it still happens from time to time, so don't freak out. You have the choice. You could shop towel and then baby wipe to clean it off completely, and then repaint your sky over that. That would fix it if you just don't like it. Or in my case, you just roll along with your little accident and make it work, and there you go. Yeah, so that's what I chose to do. Not always the best choice, I might add. Not always the best choice, but in this case, it was fine. And I didn't really have any particular preference. I was just kind of painting and seeing what fell out of the brush. Now, if you're new around here, I just want to say welcome. I'm glad you're deciding to try out these longer lessons. These are, if you're wondering how I do my lessons, typically my DVD paintings or the digital downloads that you purchase on the website, those are paintings that are maybe a little more simple. They take me whatever, usually about 90 minutes, 80 or 90 minutes to complete that painting. And that's all there is to it. But here, these are my, quote, YouTube quality paintings. These are where I spend a lot more time. And on these paintings, I typically spend 3 or 4 hours of actual painting time. Now with the cameras, turning them on and off, because every few minutes I'm turning the cameras on and off for YouTube, and I just have this one camera rolling for Patreon. There's a lot going on. I think I'm clicking 6 or 7 buttons every time I need to turn something on and off. So it takes me closer to 8 or 9 hours to record something that only takes 4 hours to paint. And that also accounts for me standing back and analyzing, because this is not a live stream. I'm not doing it all quickly and rushed. I might sit there with a cup of coffee and look at it for 15 minutes. I do that sometimes. And so there are those pauses in there that also account for that, 9-hour plus time. You can spread your paintings out over 2 days if you're working in the evening and then you get up and you work in the morning. You can typically get away with that, and you can still paint alla prima or wet over wet. Your paints will generally still be wet, except for burnt umber. Now all I'm doing here is just taking a paper towel and removing some of that paint. So now I've actually had to recover just a little bit of this footage, so hopefully it looks okay. Yeah, I don't know, it was being really weird, and it was like corrupted, and I was able to kind of get most of it back. So if it looks a little weird, it's just for this next probably about 3 minutes, but at least you can see. I was really disappointed at first, thinking, oh no, you're not going to be able to see how I painted this part of the clouds. But so I'm just taking a fan brush and some various colors, some black, some white, and basically just black and white, and scrubbing it over the top. Now, obviously, we're beginning to build up a lot of layers of mud. Oh, I mean paint. And that's part of that glitch there because of the recovering it. Anyway, yeah, we're building up a lot of mud, and I'm going to show you how I deal with that. Because the last thing you want to do is just leave it up on the canvas and then try to paint mountains or something on top of mud. Now, I like the idea of kind of this soft, but yet real, stormy sky. So I'm going to show you how I achieve that here in a second. But I'm just continuing to put on some more paint, filling in this area because I know I need this covered with paint because I may not cover it with mountains, and I don't want to be stuck having to put my mountains at a certain height. And this way I've got room to move. So let me see what's going on next. I'm doing something. Maybe I'm messing with the cameras or something. But you know what? Oh, here we go. I'm getting a paper towel. So we're only going to take a few minutes here to remove this extra paint. Now, it would be better to use a shop towel, but at the moment I didn't have any, so I'm just using a paper towel, and that is something that you can do. You just want to be a little bit more delicate, because if you use a paper towel and you start to get those lint fibers, the paper towel fibers in your paint, they are so hard to remove and they look pretty bad. So try not to do that. Do your best to keep the fibers of the paper towel out of your painting by not grinding too hard, but by going over it multiple times, but just softer, and then throwing the paper towel away, getting a new one. You're better off to use a rag, like a cotton rag, or a shop towel. But you can see I didn't really have to take off too much paint. I'm going to take my 2-inch brush, and this is one that's got a little dark color in it, but I've wiped it off on a paper towel so that it's pretty clean. And I'm just going to mix this all together, smoosh it together, swirl it up, and make it really look like some storm clouds that are going to be rolling through our little winter village. I think it should be interesting. Just continue to. This also helps cover some of the canvas holes, which is a definite positive point. Get the canvas holes covered, make it all pretty even, and you can see that just in a few moments we really created a pretty decent little sky. It's not perfect, but it's very decent. And honestly, I probably should have stopped right there. I went on to paint sun rays and sunlight and details in the clouds, but I don't know, it looks good there. I was thinking that when I was painting, and I was thinking, should I stop? And I think I should have, because it looks really good for what it is. I put 8 minutes in that sky, and I think it looks pretty good for 8 minutes. I didn't need to put the extra time, but that's something that you can make that choice. Okay, great. We're back to the regular video. So I'm so glad we didn't lose that clip. Here you can see I'm taking my detail round, some red and white and a little bit of black, but mostly white. Just the tiniest bit of red and black that I'm putting in that, just enough to show a little detail, a little color, a little life. I'm explaining something clearly for the YouTube video version. And here I'm going to begin to scumble in. You can see down there I'm looking at my monitor to see, okay, is this too bright? Do I like the color? Because I can't actually see it, very well, because I've got that light shining, and that upper right side of the canvas is pretty much just white for me. I don't actually see it very well. So I often will refer to the monitor. And now for you at home, you probably won't have that, but you can always step back and take a good look at your painting, and you'll get an idea of what's going on. Now, by detailing out this sky, I'm just I'm allowing some of the darks to show through. I'm just trying to create a crisp silver lining to the clouds. Multiple ways to do this, but I find that this is generally the one I default to, which is just kind of creating a beautiful texture, beautiful light around the edge, because that really sets the clouds off. And then you would just very quickly lose that edge as you go into the middle of the cloud, if that makes sense. You'll see it more later. Here that's going to be like background cloud, like a layer of misty gray sky. And then I can put my darker, or my brighter and darker, I guess, clouds on top of that. So that's what that is. I'm just covering some of the blue there. I paint with a lot of blue tones, and so on this painting I was trying to paint with more gray tones just for fun, to change it up. And that is something that I did on purpose. If you don't like it, you can paint with whatever colors that you like. It still do your own version of this painting. And that's what's so fun about art. It really is pretty easy to make it your own, isn't it? Here you can take some white and just crisp those edges up even more, because obviously when I was adding in that background misty cloud, I sort of messed it up. And that is part of painting, isn't it? You work a little here and there, and then you have to stop and redo something, and then go back and do a little more, and then stop and redo something because you messed it up again. And that's just part of painting, because in a perfect world you would figure out what in the world you want to do and do the background first and move forward. But in a painting, I find I'll do a foreground element and realize that my opinion on my background changed because it looks different now. And so I have to go back in and add things and change things. And so you end up having to cover and fix your edges quite a bit. So here you can see I'm taking all variations of this gray. It's mostly white, but it's got some blue, some black, and red in varying amounts. And it just helps to keep it kind of interesting, not flat. This cloud ends up being very important to the painting later, but at this point, I remember I'm still making it up. And because I'm doing that, at this point, I don't really know where I'm going yet. I don't know that I'm going to have that beautiful bright spot in the middle of the sky that I end up with later. And if I would have known that, I think I might have done the cloud a little differently, but that's part of just making it up. And that's partly why I say don't ever just make it up on your own, but always do your best to have some sort of a plan, a sketch ahead of time. Now, you can make it up on paper. That's fine. Make it up on paper, but just don't try to make it up with a paintbrush in your hand, because it's too much going on all at once. There you can see I'm adding a little bit of a grayish tone there under that cloud, and what that does is it lifts it up and sets it off from the background. I think that that's appropriate. I like the way that looks. And I'm also helping to blend the highlight down into the shadow, which makes a big difference. Big difference to lay that shadow in and create a three-dimensional cloud. And honestly, in just a few moments, we have something that's a little bit more detailed. It doesn't have to be perfect, just a little bit more detailed. We've got a long way to go on this painting. But here I'm just adding a few more brush strokes to this cloud as well, helping to soften it back a little bit. And I think that's good. It's interesting. A little bit of blue here at the top just to add another flavor. I'm going to go between, there's a little bit of burnt umber I just added way long time ago when I first started painting. I used to actually have a lot of burnt umber in my skies. I should get back to doing a little bit more of that. I don't know why I got away from it. It's a pretty effect. I like burnt umber in the sky. I'm going to give my voice just a minute to rest, and I'm going to let you listen to my brother's music, and I'll be back when there's something different or interesting to tell you about. But otherwise, it's pretty similar. Isn't it nice here how the dark and light clouds sort of play off of each other? And you'll see that there's light underneath the dark bottom of my clouds to lift them up and to give them that atmosphere, to give them that contrast. So it's all about light against dark, light against dark, light against dark, over and over and over again in the sky. If you put light against light, you have a bigger cloud. And the same goes with dark against dark. All it does is make a bigger cloud. So by having those separations, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, you're going to create a bunch of small little details. And you can see, especially along the bottom of those clouds, you can clearly see that I'm putting a lot of detail, attention to detail into that area. Light, dark, light, dark. I think you get the point. we are not really finished with the sky yet, but that's as far as I'm going to take it because I want to get my mountains in. And so to do the mountains, I've got my same detail round brush with the same colors. As you can see, I'm explaining something again for the YouTube video. And we're just going to paint in these mountains. You know, they don't have to be perfect. It doesn't really matter. I'm just going to create a few lines. Now, I don't see a mountain yet. It's not that, I'm visualizing the mountain and I'm going to paint it in. I'm painting a line. I know mountains go from top to bottom, you know, they go vertical. They're not horizontal, so I begin with a more or less vertical stroke, and that makes sense. And now after I do a few strokes, say 5 or 6, now I begin to see, those 5 or 6 strokes are beginning to look like a mountain, so I'll continue in that direction. Or I might say, it doesn't look like much, I might put a couple more strokes in, and then continue. Now, I know my mountains have to go up on the side. I don't want them to fall away on the side. That's something that I really stick to because I feel like it makes a better composition. But again, I don't see anything. It's like painting a rock. I don't see the rock. I start painting, and then later on, I'm like, okay, after the rock's halfway done, now I see it. Okay. And I think that's where so many people mess up, which is by trying so hard to visualize everything ahead of time. And I've never done it that way. And I don't think that it's very fruitful. I don't think it yields a lot of success because the people that try to visualize it typically are contacting me saying, help, I can't paint rocks. I can't visualize my rock. I'm like, well, welcome to the club. That's okay. So here you can see I'm just continuing to add brush strokes, you know, and then 3 or 4 strokes, they might combine together and make it look like something. I know I want a valley in the middle because it's good for composition, but other than that, I don't really have a whole lot of thoughts or desires on this mountain at this time. I just sort of want a mountain. So I'm starting. Here's some blue-gray tones because obviously it's hard to sketch with white over white. You can do it, but it's not very effective. So you can see I'm just going to indicate a few little trees. No idea. Absolutely clueless what I want to do for the foreground. I'm really pleased with how the foreground came out. And I'll be honest, I wasn't the biggest fan of the painting. It was okay. It was fine. But I wasn't the biggest fan until I began to start putting in the houses. I kind of wanted a little cabin, but I wasn't sure how to work it in. I didn't think that just having one on the right would be very appropriate. But by having those little tiny houses in the background, I don't know, it was just something special. My palette is blocking my painting right now, but that's okay. I think I'll see it and I'll move it. Otherwise, you'll see the sketch later on. And you're following my you'll probably be looking at my finished painting as well, so you'll know where the trees go and stuff. So it's all good. You know, like I say on my other lessons, these full-length lessons are definitely not designed with the beginner in mind. They're designed with somebody who knows how to, for instance, make purple. If I say, okay, mix up a purple, you need to be able to say, okay, I'm going to get blue and red and a little white. And that's going to make a purple. If you can't do that, then I've got beginner lessons for you, and I think you'll do very well there. And then you can advance up to these after a couple of the beginner lessons. But yeah, if you can mix purple, and if you've got just a very, very, very basic understanding of how the brush works and how the color works, then you'll have no trouble with these lessons. That being said, you may miss a color mix here and there. I may turn my camera off the palette and forget to turn it on for a minute. You know, stuff happens. It's a long video, and recording the video is actually not the only thing I have in my mind. I'm also trying to paint a painting, and there's a lot that I've got to figure out all, at once. It's just me in the studio when I'm doing these long videos. It's not like the live streams. So thanks for cutting me some slack and a little patience with me if I don't do the video work perfectly. But I know, because I'm watching through it, I know that there is a lot of valuable information in here for any level of artist. You can definitely pick up some techniques, and you can see my whole strategy and everything that it takes, every last brushstroke that it takes to create something like this. So I hope that it helps you. Here's some more white. I've got a little bit of my red and some gray, leftover gray, and let's just keep it from being pure in color, pure white. And I'm just going to be adding that to the mountain area. Remember, we wiped this area off with a paper towel earlier, and I haven't added a whole lot of paint since then, or any really that I'm trying to think. No, I don't think I did. We saw everything. So you know what? This goes on pretty easily. You can see I'm building this up multiple layer upon layer of highlight, just creating a few of these little peaks assuming that our light is coming from the left moving to the right, and that's why the left side of our mountain is highlighted. I think that's better for composition than having the highlight on the right side in this particular scene. Of course, you could do it either way, and it would look fine. Either way, you could have a beautiful shadow kind of cast across the middle of the painting. Could be very pretty. So you definitely have options. You can see I'm using a 3/4 brush, and that's one of my older, more beat up brushes, but that's okay. I like to save my brushes. You can buy Brush Restorer. I think Winsor & Newton sells a brush restorer, and I've made a video about that on my channel. You can see, I think it's how to restore paintbrushes or something like that. You can search it on the YouTube channel, and you can see that honestly, there's no reason to ever throw away your brush. Sometimes they're too worn out to do the thing that they were originally designed to do, but that doesn't mean that you can't use them for other things. And anytime you can use your worn out brush, do, because it saves your new brush and keeps it new a lot longer, months longer, actually. You can have a new 3/4 brush that comes to a razor sharp chisel edge, but don't do things like this with it, because it won't come to a razor sharp chisel edge, because essentially what you're doing is mushing something on sandpaper. That's the texture of the canvas, is like sandpaper. And so obviously you're going to wear those brushes out really quick, but if you have one that's already worn out, they don't really wear out anymore, because they're worn out, they're worn out. You know, it kind of just goes shorter and shorter and shorter. If you're cleaning them in baby oil, it helps to condition the brush. Just make sure you get all of the baby oil out before you start painting. Well, that's pretty good. Now we're going to get a little bit more detail here on the face of the mountain. I do a little more, what do you call it? Highlight a little more than I end up showing in the final painting. I end up covering some of this up, in other words, with clouds, but you never know. And again, I'm making it up. I didn't know I wanted a cloud across the mountain until I decided I wanted a cloud across the mountain. And by then, I had already done a little more highlight than I could have done. You could save a couple minutes by not doing as much highlight as I did here. Now this is more or less the same as anything else, really. I'm just taking a smaller stroke, smaller brush, smaller strokes, same idea. Just popping out some of these brighter highlights. The only difference is this is not pure white, but it's virtually pure white. It's got just a little bit of mud in it. Here you can see I'm actually just outlining that cloud ever so slightly, but I end up changing the sky quite a bit, so you know, you may want to wait on that. But yeah, that mountain's really beginning to be set off by that highlight, and I like the way that it's starting to look. And I'm just getting that with a lot of paint in the brush. If you don't have enough paint on the brush, guess what? It's not going to stick. Make sure you have plenty of paint in the brush. Now I'm going to work on some of these clouds. And so I'm picked up just a little bit of gray, mountain gray, on my brush, blender brush, and I'm just going to see about feathering some beautiful atmosphere clouds right over these mountains. Just creates some atmosphere, I guess that's what I'm trying to say, and pushes them back. I like that. You can see that I haven't even finished the cloud or the mountains on the right or left. Just that center mountain is more or less there. I'm beginning now to just work this in and creating that depth. You can see how it goes from kind of all the same level. Now I'm creating multiple levels in that mountain, some of that mountain being kind of tucked away into the mist. And I like that. I think that it looks so much more interesting, and it's actually a little easier because then you're not having to put detail across 24 inches of mountain. I'm working on an 18 by 24 canvas. But I'm only having to put details over maybe 8 inches of mountain. And it makes a big difference because, it takes a long time. So there you go. Sometimes working smart. And then your eye goes to that detailed area, and the undetailed areas, it sort of fades away. I went just maybe 15% overboard with the clouds. Don't look at me like you've never done that. So I end up putting a few details back on the mountain. It's really no big deal. Just a matter of being flexible and not getting frustrated, because when you're painting something from your own imagination on the spot without having any form of sketching or pictures or anything, just be ready for things to change, to go wrong, to have to be fixed more often than you ordinarily would. Now it's here I decide to take a risk. I've got a little bit of red and white in my detail round brush, and I'm going to begin to add in some beautiful light, some beautiful sunlight. I feel like the painting was kind of not as dynamic as I was hoping it would be, and this is what I thought would add the extra impact to the painting. And do you know what? I think it did. I kind of like the sky the way it was at the 8-minute mark. But I also like this sky. It's just like, I don't know. So you can work another 30 minutes in the sky. No, it wasn't that. It's maybe 15 extra minutes in the sky. But it was like, no, I don't know, really did anything. You can let me know. I like both skies. Yeah, I like both skies. Here you can see I'm adding. I do like the light. I do like the light behind that cloud. I think it's interesting. It did change the lighting a little bit on my cloud. I wouldn't have highlighted the left side of that cloud the way I did, but I'm just gonna use my imagination and say, well, maybe the light's kind of filtering. We're just seeing a backlight around that cloud, and that's actually what I was thinking while I was painting it. That was the story I was making. You can do whatever you want in painting as long as you've got a story, right? So that's the story. That light is literally behind it. It's backlighting that cloud, and that's why we're getting a silver lining on both sides of the cloud, and then it kind of makes sense. So there you can see, and I'm just very, very, very carefully trying to raise a few of those sun rays out. You can see I'm beginning to mix a little mud. It's okay. We're on a gray painting. If this was not a gray color painting, this would actually probably be even harder. But because everything is all the same color for the most part, we're just working with tones. It's a little more forgiving, perhaps, when it comes to this particular step. And you can see I'm just trying to create some sun rays coming down. Obviously, right there I realized, whoops, I've got to have them radiating out of a point, not multiple points. Everything always radiates out of a central point. And here you can see I'm not doing it perfectly. I'll figure it out. Don't worry. It's just me kind of like juggling 3 things at once in my head. And I figure it out. I get it all working. So I'll give you a minute just to watch my sun rays. It's just the key is to be very, very soft and delicate with them. And we are going to blend them with the blender brush. Now this is actually my favorite part of the mountain here, not this part, but in just a moment, where I'm going to be adding those crisp final details to the face of the mountain. This does 2 things. It helps to pull the main part of the mountain forward and really gives it some interest, but it also helps to seat those clouds or the misty areas of the mountain, seats them into the painting a little. Here you can see I decide to add just a little bit more softness to that cloud, that white light area. You know what? I like it. I'm looking at it in the camera. I like it. I'm picking out some of the hairs or paint blobbies, one of the 2. Just trying to get them out of there. Oh, hair. Usually I don't mess with it. It must have just been bothering me. So there you go. Getting rid of some of those. Yeah, for whatever reason it was bothering me. Usually it doesn't. Anyway. And I'm just going to create that soft, hazy, misty look there on the oh, come on, brain, on that beautiful light sunset area, or the sun just peeking through, early evening perhaps. Here you can see I'm creating now some sharp textures. There's a lot of paint in that brush. There is more paint than brush. I know it's hard to tell. If yours isn't working, I don't know why mine doesn't work like Kevin's. I'll tell you right now. I don't even have to look at your painting. You don't have enough paint in your brush. Add a lot more paint to that brush, because there's physical texture like a palette knife going on right now. You can't see it in the video, but just trust me, there is. If you were to run your finger across the dry painting, you will feel the lumps and bumps that I'm creating as I lay this down with this detail round brush. So I hope that helps you. some of these shadows are interesting, just creating some of the the valleys, the details, the intricate areas, even within the shadow. But I'm not covering it all because some of that is going to be shadow snow, that kind of grayish white. And it almost doesn't look like anything until you put the dark grayish purple around it. And then you're like, whoa, I'm starting to see rocks. I'm starting to see snow collected up in there. And I think that's so interesting. With nothing more than just a few loose strokes. Pay attention to where I'm holding the brush way at the back. Oh, something must have been bothering me up there. That's funny. Yeah, just creating a little bit more softness up there in that cloudy spot. I don't know. It's funny, the things that catch your eye. Here you can see I'm going back to my gray, and I'm just picking out a few more of the clouds. Is the sky ever really done? It doesn't have to be. You could paint the sky up to the last minute if you want to. That's one of the best parts of wet over wet painting. You can get back and fix things and change them and blend them. I could blend the sky at the very end of the painting if I wanted to. As long as you don't have things like trees in the way, and that's just, oils are fun, oils are forgiving for that reason, especially. Here you can see I'm just taking some more of my gray tones and just working a little more into those clouds. You can barely notice where the mountain starts and where the cloud stops. I guess that makes sense, right in that area, and I love that. But I love the sunlight on that mountain, the main mountain. Very, very happy with the sunlight. And again, you get that by layers of color, not just one color all. You don't go bright all at once. You go from kind of mid-tone, a little brighter, a little brighter, a little brighter, consistently adding more paint to the brush. Don't overstroke it. Just one or two strokes, then move to the next area. Otherwise, you'll mix mud. If at any time during this painting you feel like you're mixing mud, stop, move on to the next thing. And just keep in the back of your mind, I might come back and I might highlight my mountain after it dries. Titanium white is slow to dry. Give it at least 4 days. But you can do that. And you could finish your painting wet on wet and then come back when it's dry and then re-highlight, reapply your shadow where needed. Don't throw the painting out. Don't stop the painting altogether. Keep going and just pretend it's finished and come back and fix it later. That would be my suggestion, especially if you're just now learning to go from like 30-minute wet on wet paintings to all day projects. You're going to find yourself probably needing to do that as you're learning, and that's okay, not a problem. Now we're going to shift gears and we're going to begin to work on our middle ground and foreground areas. And so I'm just putting the final touches, trying to soften some of those brush strokes that I think are a little bit too crispy. But down here, I'm going to sketch. And I think, I might have missed that little, I think I missed a few brush strokes for you. I'm very, very sorry about that. But I finally figured it out and moved the camera down. And now we're going to continue to fill this in. Not an important stage really, because you're going to be looking at my final painting, not at this, because I may change this around. This is not the final sketch. This is just help me figure out what I'm doing in the painting. So I'm just using kind of a blue-gray, and I'm just beginning to sketch. I'm sketching and painting at the same time. That's something I've always done, and I've really enjoyed doing, sketching and painting at the same time. So paint or sketch with colors that you would paint with, and you're already going to be 15-20% there. By the time you start painting, you've already done some. I love that. I think that's great and a good use of time. It would be kind of silly to sketch with colors that would be not appropriate. Like if I were to sketch with yellow or something, that would be really ridiculous. So don't do that. I shouldn't have to say that, but just in case. Just in case. what's nice about this area is I can see a drop-off. It's going to add some really interesting land feature by doing this. Just create that drop-off. I'm going to have a drop-off on the other side as well, and then a little river flowing through the middle. It's going to be quite interesting. At this point in my painting, I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do. Now I'm going to take some white on the filbert brush, and you can see that I've begun to bring in some walnut oil. And I'm doing that because I don't have any clear gel in this area of the painting at all. And so the canvas is very dry and it's absorbing, and it's sticking. And I just feel like, because it's a snow painting, it's not a jungle, and it's not a prairie with grass that I've got to have stick. This is a snow painting. It's a little bit like a cloud where I want to have that mushy, blended look. Think about snow, it's very smooth. And so that walnut oil, you could use clear gel just as easily. In fact, you probably should, because, a little bit of walnut oil goes a long way. A little bit of clear gel doesn't go that far. So clear gel would be way safer to use. But I'm using walnut oil here. Me and my walnut oil. I don't know what it is, but I can't stop using it. I like it. And it doesn't work any different than linseed oil. Oh dear. Okay, so anyway, as you can see, I'm taking my walnut oil, and I am just feathering in some of these background snowy areas. Again, I want them a little bit blurry. I want them a little bit smushy. And that's just basically titanium white. A little bit of mud on my brush to create those snowbanks. You can see I left some of those areas blank, which is canvas. And so this will help to cover that blank raw canvas look. Yeah, because that would be pretty hard without that walnut oil or clear gel medium. You could put clear gel over the entire canvas for this painting, and that would probably be okay as well. Again, this is an exception to the way I normally paint because It's a winter painting, and there's a lot of snowbanks and stuff, and I just feel like it's appropriate. Now, if you see here, I'm beginning to create some of the form and the detail of the land through the use of shadow. So that's my darker mountain gray, which is black, blue, a little bit of burnt umber, and red and white. And I'm just creating the lay of the land with that dark shadow. Of course, I'm using a filbert brush. You can use whatever brush you like. A 2-inch brush would be good too. And so you can go in here and just create a lot of the lay of the land. You're doing that mostly with shadow. You throw the highlight down and you're creating most of the lay of the land with shadow, because without that, it all just looks blobby and white. And so here you can see I'm taking some burnt umber, black, red, probably a little blue. I'm going to put blue, a little walnut oil. No blue? Come on, put blue. Oh, I guess I don't put blue. That's too dark. I'm sure I'm going to lighten that up. But I'm beginning to put this now in the area with the cliff. Oh, put my palette back up. Come on, put your palette back up. I'm not putting my palette up. There it is. Oh, good. I realized. Oh, look at that. So I lightened the color with a little bit of titanium white. You can see that there. Titanium white. Yeah, that's better. Much better. Okay, there you go. So I'm going to create now some of these ledges and these cliffs. Again, this is not foreground, this is midground, so I don't want to go too dark with it yet. And that's exactly what I did right there at the beginning. But I'll just work that color in, and I think it'll work out just fine. Absolutely just fine. Now I'm beginning to add in some of these trees and just more or less starting to sketch the trees using some blue, blue, black, and red, a little bit of white, just to sketch in some of the trees and to create kind of just a composition, figure out where in the world I want them. Now, I kind of get a few of those in and then decide it's time to work on the background trees. So we'll be doing background trees here in just a minute. And that is because I do the bigger ones first because I want to see what's going to be covered. It'd be kind of silly to cover or to paint a whole bunch of background trees just to end up covering them later. That would be silly, so I like to make sure at least I know where my trees are going so I don't waste a bunch of time painting a bunch of background trees that I end up covering up. That would be just not the best use of time. I'd rather use that 20 minutes, for detail on something that'll be seen, a foreground element or something. That would be better use of time. There's the joke of, oh, well, I practiced. Yeah, everybody, what's back there. I was practicing. Well, I don't like that because we don't have an unlimited amount of time to invest in painting. And so the time that I do have in it, I want it to be reflected in the final product. There you go. That's my 2 cents. I'm going to create one right there because I think it would really help to push back that little river, and I think it does a good job at that. Just a little kind of a sapling. It's not a big tree, but it is fairly close. And here you can see I'm just using a 1/4-inch flat brush and working in these beautiful little trees using the same color, really, because the trees in the foreground, I'll darken those up a bit later. I'm just going to use these same colors. You can see I create just a few lines and then drawing's the wrong word, drag out from that. I'm dragging my brush out to create the form of that tree. A little wider at the top, shorter, narrower wider at the bottom, narrower at the top. That's right. Create that tapered evergreen look. That's important. As they go up the mountain, you can make some larger and some smaller. And I'm actually going to create quite a few. And then I go back and I paint some more later on that left side by that left mountain. There'll be kind of a blank spot, but we'll cover it later. Of course, you've seen the final painting, so you know what it looks like. I'm just going to spend a few minutes here. There's not a lot going on, but, it's good to do. It's good to do. Good time to get it done. And it's nice. It mixes just a little bit with the color that I have down. It softens the gray so it's not too dark. Now here you'll see I've decided to adjust the trees a bit, kind of bring some of them down to create various points where they stop, so they don't all stop at the same spot. Can't tell you how important that is when we're first starting to paint. And when you're learning to paint, it's so easy to want to just cut everything off at the same spot. But by letting each tree stop at a different point, vertically, up and down, not so much that the trees are taller than each other. Everybody does that. It's the place where they stop. It looks like it just cuts straight on so many paintings. But if you can do exactly what I'm doing here and work the bottom of the trees down in varying amounts, one tree stops a little further down than the other, wow, it makes a big difference. So here you can see I'm just placing in a little bit of shadow snow, bringing some of the trees up and some of the trees down with this snow pretty drastically. So it just makes a big difference to the overall painting. Because these trees are closer up, I'm taking, this is just black, a little bit of blue, red, and burnt umber. And because they're bigger, they're closer, I'm doing them with the fan brush. I'm getting them blocked in with the fan brush because it's so much quicker. So much quicker. Lay the paint down with the fan brush, then come back with a detail brush or 1/4 inch flat brush, and then, pull the limbs out. But at least you're not having to do the center of the tree with such a small brush. You could do the whole tree with a fan brush, and of course I've done that for years. But I like the look of doing it with the fan brush and the detail brush to create just a little bit more. The more brush strokes you can have, the more variation in your brush strokes, I think looks better. creating here just a little bit more detail in these trees. You can see how I work and kind of rock my brush back and forth, and they grow, they enlarge left and right. See that? They grow, and you can create all kinds of limbs and textures and details. But just make a note when you underpaint your tree with the fan brush that if you're going to do it the way I'm doing it here, then they do tend to grow 30% bigger. Here you can see I'm taking my blue-gray tones, which honestly is the same color as the tree. So all I have to do is take the tree color and mush it down into the snow to change the lay of the land and create a little bit more of an interesting effect with the lay of the land. And again, just like on the left side, the right side is the same. I do not want my trees stopping at the same spot, but I want them stopping at different spots within the landscape. I think that looks so much better. I'm not using a whole lot of paint here, just enough to cover, because obviously we have to highlight. Highlighting won't be too hard though, because if the color does mix a little bit, well, we're just getting our midtones. Mud in this painting is kind of really, it's everything is mud and nothing is mud all at the same time, because it's kind of all the same color. There's a little bit of warmth in the burnt umber that they're, in like the cliffs that there isn't in the mountain or the trees. But apart from like a little bit of warm and cool shift, it's pretty well the same gray tones. I love that. I think it's so interesting. Here you can see that we're just continuing to sort of work in some shadow areas. I felt like maybe it had too much light and not enough shadow, and I don't want it to look like a flash photography where there's light everywhere artificially. I want it to feel like the light's coming from that spot in the sky. And so to do that, I'm reducing the amount of light on the corners of the painting and in the areas where the trees might be casting shadows. I just think it's more appropriate. And here you can see I'm lining up, even referencing that spot in the sky as I create that light spot using the 1/4" brush and some titanium white, little mud, and just beginning to highlight some of my snow. And I'll work the shadows back and forth, and there'll be a continual working back and forth until the very end of the painting, really. But just know that's what I'm doing. Now this part of the cliffs is interesting. There's really no special technique or anything, just black burnt umber, basically. And all I'm doing is just laying in, a little blue in that actually, a little red probably too, just kind of, it's all mushed there in that same pile. Basically, I'm just putting in a few cracks that you can see. This is supposed to look like, you know, the opposite side of that other valley, like the Grand Canyon going on here. And so this is the other side of that. And of course, we're, as the viewer, pretty close to this side. And so this just indicates, oh, I can see a little bit of the cliff as it goes down. Not a, really no technique. It's basically paint by number. Put the paint on where it goes. You know, squish, squish, it goes on, done. Really no big deal. So I'm just putting the paint where it belongs. I'm not even going to highlight it. I put a little mid-tone on it at the end, but yeah, it does not require much. Now, there's no use in overthinking this foreground area. We're going to be covering it with a cabin and with grass and with a little path and other details. So throw some paint on and call it a day. I think I probably spent too much time here, but I didn't really know what I wanted. So it's part of not having a plan. If I knew there was a cabin there in that specific spot, guess what? Would have painted around it. Wouldn't have bothered even painting within it, because you're just wasting your time. You're not going to see it. There you go. So yeah, now that you know it, maybe you want to leave that, maybe you want to draw the cabin out ahead of time and leave it open. That's probably something I would have done if I would have known where it was going, or that it was going to be there at all. It's one of the downsides of not having a plan. Red and white, a little mud, of course. Just the whole painting, just assume there's a little mud and a little walnut oil in it as well. Again, because I want it to kind of be like a cloud, kind of soft and moving, you should be using your clear gel for this. We'll just spend a few more moments here on the foreground. Okay, here's where things get interesting, placing a little bit of highlight on our trees. Now, I did not wipe the trees off, although you could. You could blot them, crumple a paper towel up or shop towel and just blot right within the tree, not outside. You don't want to mush them or make them grow or destroy the edges, but just blot the inside. It might make it a little easier. Having said that, I like to highlight outside of the dark. Does that make sense? Let me see if I can explain it better. I'm putting my highlight color over the background, not actually over the dark tree. So basically, like just the tiniest, a 32nd of an inch around the outside perimeter of my dark tree is where my highlight goes. There's only one reason for that, and it's because it sticks perfectly, beautifully, nice and bright and pure. And then as soon as I work it into the dark, now all of a sudden I have my midtones, but I retain that crispy edge of highlight. Now here you can see I'm going in with some blue-gray tones just to create that snow in the middle of the tree, some of those branches, and also on the shadow side. And this is going to be a process that we repeat for all of the trees. It's important to have enough paint in the brush. I'm also thinning it slightly with a little bit of walnut oil. Not normally what I do, but it is what I did here. It's fine. You can do it, or you don't have to do it. With a little clear gel would be just as well. And so here you can see I'm just refining the shape of that tree, creating some details, leaving a lot of pockets of dark in there as well. All right, a quick reminder. Well, actually, it's a question. How am I getting it to stick on the trees? How am I getting that white to stick? It's by going, well, it's a perfect example right here. I just did it. Going outside of the dark with the light. Going outside the dark. It makes all the difference. If that still isn't working for, well, that will work for you. If that doesn't work for you, it's because you didn't go outside the dark. You went inside the dark. But you can also blot that dark, put the paper towel just around your finger and just very accurately remove the paint that's within the tree, the dark paint. But if you do those two things, you can also slim it down. You can also thin it down just a little bit with a little bit of oil. If you do those three things, for sure, it'll stick for you. Okay, we're going to do our little houses in the background. That was a lot of repetitive work on the trees, but finally doing something else. So I've got a little bit of white there. You can see I outlined the roof, a little bit of my mountain gray, and actually that's got a little burnt umber in it. So it's more like the cliffside gray. It's all the same paint color mixes here. And you can see I'm just outlining this little cabin. Very, very basic. I've just ever so slightly going to lighten one side. Just going to put a little more white on the roof there. Ever so slightly lighten one side. It kind of doesn't need. They're both kind of the shadow side. The other two sides will be more or less catching that sunlight, but it's okay. It's art. It doesn't have to be perfect. I want people to see, oh, it's a building. Oh, it's got shape. And so we're going to do quite a few of those. In fact, I'm going to zoom up on the next one so you can see it nice and close. Now, one thing I found, we won't say difficult, but found interesting, was the fact that, you know what, you have to, you kind of, it's all the same color, and so you kind of be careful that the houses stand out enough. Right on the other hand, you don't want them to stand out too much, because what will happen if they stand out too much is they'll be distracting in the background. So I tried to reach that happy medium spot, which I think I found here with this, with these layers here of the houses. I think that they work out okay. You can see like that roof isn't very bright, but it'll be okay when you put some shadow. Plus you can also highlight the roofs a little bit more. I'm not sure that they would be getting that as much light, but yeah, maybe because the light's kind of from above. So anyway, I was just playing around with it. I'm not saying that they're perfect. I'm not saying it's completely correct, but what I am saying is I'm happy. They look like a little village, a few buildings scattered around. Who knows what they are? Little short-term cabins for, wilderness exploring. I don't know what they are, but that's what it is up here. Just a few little structures. Not a lot of technique going on. I've been using the 1/4-inch brush and just the same old colors that I've been using. As you can see over there by my cliff, it's virtually the same colors because they're about the same place in the painting. So that makes sense. Now I'm going to create the little cabin, the larger cabin up here on the right side. And so to do that, all I'm going to do is take the little 3/4 brush with nice sharp chiseled edge and some white paint. You could use whatever color you like. I'm going to create just some beautiful shapes. Beautiful shapes. What? I don't know. I guess I was in the landscape painting mode. Now I'm going to create a structure. Oh dear. Yeah, it's just fine. It's one of those days, and that's okay. Those days are fun. You can see I'm just creating a basic shape. It is nothing groundbreaking, that's for sure. If you had a picture to go by, you might come up with a more interesting winter cabin or some sort of a lodge up here. Could be so cool. But that's not what I did today. I kept it fairly simple because I felt like that would just be a little bit more achievable. And I'd already put a lot of time in this painting and didn't necessarily want to spend another 4 hours just on the structure. So anyway, but yeah, you can put a different structure if you like, or you don't have to add these at all. But I think they really add a lot to the painting. Okay, so here I'm actually going to mix up a color with some brown and some black, mainly brown and black. Of course, there's a little blue, a little bit of red in that color as well, but it's mainly burnt umber, really. And what that is going to be is for my little cabin underpainting. We're going to get this thing underpainted and ready to go. I've also got just a tiniest bit of walnut oil in it. Again, I'm kind of going heavy on the walnut oil today, but not a ton. I put a little yellow ochre and red in addition into that mix, just to help lighten it up for the highlight side. It's not a super bright highlight. It's kind of a darker painting around the edges especially, so I don't want to go too bright at first. We can build up the layers of light later on in the painting, which we will do. We'll put several layers of highlight on this building. Of course, you can go as far as you like, and you also don't have to go as far as I did. It's completely up to you. You can go more detailed or less detailed, in other words. Here's a darker version. How do I make it darker? Easily. Add black. Just add black. And then paint in that shadow side as well. Here you can see I'm adjusting perspective, trying to get the perspective somewhat close. I've got two things that are working for me here. Number one, it's an old building. There's no telling what kind of foundation it has. And so if there's a problem with it, it's not my perspective. It's just that the building's falling over. The second thing is I put a bush over it. So between those two things, I'm pretty safe. If you don't feel like doing that, you want to have a building that basically has nowhere to hide. Your mistakes are going to be obvious. What you need to do is get a ruler out and just make sure that your perspective is correct. All you have to do is follow your lines there into the vanishing point. I've got a whole video here on Patreon about how to do that perspective. So you can look at that lesson if you need to. Anyway, here you can see that I'm just blocking in those colors, and it's pretty basic. You guys have seen this before, so I'll just not say much, let you guys watch. And if there's anything interesting, I'll come back and let you know. Now this area here that I'm about to paint is actually quite interesting. The area on the right, because here you can see I'm just adding some very, very small final details. No big deal, not a big thing, just to create, I don't know, a little more variation in the background. But what I was going to say is there's that blank spot to the right of the upper right of the building that we just painted. That blank spot is a result of making this up, on the fly. That sort of thing doesn't typically happen when you plan ahead. And so I have a blank spot that I need to deal with. And I think you'll find it interesting how here you can see I'm just adding a little building back there. I just felt like I needed another one. What was interesting was how I worked this tree in, because I really wasn't sure what to do. But it felt like, okay, a tree is probably going to be our best bet. So I'll work a tree in there. But here you can see I'm just blocking in a couple more buildings using the 1/4" flat brush. I think it's the perfect size for stuff like this. I really like it. The bristles are a little bit longer. It's not a square shape. It's actually kind of a long rectangle. The bristles are nice and soft, and they make layering paint wet over wet quite simple. So I like that brush. Now we're finally getting to that tree, and so I'm using the filbert brush in a combination of black, blue, red, and just dropping in a tree that's growing out from behind that cabin. I like that it curves in from the side of the picture, but it just kind of brings the eye into the painting, and I feel like that's really, really good for perspective, and it helps to kind of cover up this blank area, which we'll do a little more work to this blank area as well. It's just funny how that works out, but you guys know how to paint trees. I just wanted to point out that's why I did it. It was for composition and also just for scale. Now here you can clearly see I'm adding in some tree trunks, and the tree trunks really help to define the trees, make it feel more like a forest, which is awesome. Here you can see I'm creating a few more. They don't have to be on every single tree, but I think it helps. Later on in the painting, we use the liner brush to add some dead trees. And if you'd rather wait till the end to do this with the liner brush, that's totally fine. Right here I'm using the 1/4" brush and a mix of just your kind of all your light colors together, a little yellow ochre and red in there, kind of give it a warm feel for the tree trunk. That makes sense, but it's very, very straightforward. Now I'm using a mix here, just kind of a mix of our gray, but I'm going to warm that gray up. It's the mountain gray, which is blue and red and white, a little bit of black, but I'm also adding extra red, extra burnt umber. I'm trying to warm that mix up because we're going to be doing the wood on the building. Now I believe it would be a mistake to make the wood too bright, or too warm. This is a very, very, very cold painting, and the colors are extremely muted. And I'm doing that on purpose because that's just my artistic choice in this painting. And so I want to stick with it. It's important that when you do something like that you're consistent. And so by doing these colors kind of cold and frozen feeling, it's getting across the feeling that I want. I don't want it to, this is just bright summer, happy, cheery sun. You know what I mean? Because it would be easy to go that direction with a building. And so I'm trying to keep it very cold, very frozen with some of the mountain colors integrated. It's really important to mix your paint on top of paint on your palette. You know what I mean? Mix one color on top of another because it ties the whole painting together with color. It's one of my top tips for color mixing. I probably don't talk about it enough. The color on that door is burnt umber and black. A little bit of our leftover mud from the mountain or the snow area as well. And I'm using the 3/4 brush because it's the perfect size for the door. If you're painting a little smaller, then you could do it. You could do it with a smaller brush. 3/4" brush is perfect. I'm painting on an 18x24 canvas today. And you can see right here, I'm putting in some black and burnt umber and a little bit of our snow color, muddy gray as well, just to help tie things together. Now it looks a little silly here, but you know what? Don't worry. It looks silly because I went brighter with the window and the cabin is so dark, but I know I want that cabin a couple shades brighter anyways. And again, I want to work up to my final highlight slowly. I don't want to just go from 0 to 100 at once, because it's those nuances. In photography, it's called dynamic range, but in painting, you have unlimited dynamic range. You can work unlimited amount of colors between black and white, or values, not colors, values between black and white. I highly encourage you to use as many values as you can. Obviously, it takes more time to do that, but it's worth it. It really is. So that's why I work from dark to a little bit lighter, a little bit lighter, a little bit lighter, until I'm reached my final highlight, rather than just going, oh, there's my underpainting, and I'm going to put my final highlight on top, and I've got nothing in between. There you go. Look at how I have both warm and cool colors here, but you'll notice that the overall tone is at least 50% kind of that frozen gray. And that's pretty distinct. That's not normal for a building made with logs. Normally it's really quite warm, woody colored. But I'm doing that again because I'm tying this painting together with color. And look at how it just feels like it fits in the painting. It belongs. And it's only one reason for that, and it is the color. Now this is kind of a fun part. I'm going to be highlighting using the fan brush, highlighting my little bushes. These are basically just all the same colors we've been repeating throughout the painting. I do have just a little bit of walnut oil in that brush, but not a lot. I'm stippling, textured, it's kind of stipple texture, those, using just the corner of the brush, those little frosty tips on the bushes. I think it's kind of pretty. And it pushes the cabin back. And if I messed up the perspective, which I'm sure the perspective, it's not 100% correct on that cabin. Number one, the foundation is old, the cabin is leaning. Number two, look how close it is to the cliff, Number two is I've got bushes to cover. So that is just, it's forgiving. This is practical painting. This is not art school, yada yada, gotta be perfect. This is practical real life painting. Sometimes you're better off just covering it with a bush. Don't tell me you haven't been there. I know you have. I love it. And also the added benefit is that it helps to seat the little cabin into the painting, make it feel a little more overgrown and just a part of the landscape. I like the little icicles. They're very controversial. I still can't figure out where icicles are supposed to be. Put them where you want. A very controversial subject. Icicles. Now here I'm using my detail brush and some dark colors, just some of my dark leftovers, mostly black, a little blue and red and white. And I'm creating, well actually right there is, I've already done that part, but right there is, I thought it was going back into those colors, but no, that's actually the shadow snow that I'm grabbing, shadow snow color. And I'm just using my loose comma strokes, my overlapping comma strokes, just to create a little bit more leaf action, a little more leaf texture, but still preserving my darks. It's important to leave a lot of your darks when you do this and not cover the whole thing up. And then this was something that I decided to try. I don't normally do this, but I took a little bit of yellow ochre and decided to put a few brownish colored leaves. Normally on my winter scenes, they're just blue or just gray. But here I'm actually adding some like dry leaves that we can see poking through. From autumn, they're still hanging on, some of these dry leaves. I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting. It's cool, Or this is like an evergreen bush, but it's still got like some dry leaves. I don't know, but I'm also putting that color throughout the grass to help warm up the foreground and just offset the coolness of this painting slightly. And I think it worked out pretty well. But you're welcome to make your own choices and decide how much of that you do or don't want to put in your painting. Now this is kind of interesting here, this ladder. I'm using my detail brush and just some light colors that are left over just to paint in this ladder. And you can see I've got Marion Dutton's Steady Stick. Yeah, I'm actually enjoying using it. I'm going to continue to use it probably for, I don't know, the foreseeable future. I really like it. It's just $1.50 wooden dowel that I got at Hobby Lobby. You can go to get a stick out of the yard, I'm sure. In fact, I thought about doing that, but I went and got a little. I don't want to be. I'm from Tennessee now, I guess, but that's very Tennessee. Anyway, I'm sorry, my international people. You have no idea what I'm talking about. Anyway, I'm just creating a few details here on this building. Let me zoom up so that you can see it close. Hopefully my hand doesn't block too much of this, but you'll see as I move out, there's a little bucket. And this is basically just, you're grabbing your brush and you're just more or less just drawing it in as if you had a pencil in your hand, except you're using a paintbrush. There's not a lot going on here. Just a few strokes to indicate whatever you want. Maybe you want a shovel or some tools laying up against. That would be fine. A lot of options here. I'm just going to, do my best to sort of lay these in. They don't have to be perfect. They're just an indication, just to help add a little busyness and a little bit of detail that I think is quite appropriate. I don't really like seeing buildings that just sit out there and there's nothing going on. I like a fence or just some different things around them, or in this case, a ladder and a bucket. I don't know. It's something that I'm developing. I'm doing as I go more and more. I'm learning to do that, and I think it adds just the next little level to the painting that I think is appropriate. Here you can see I'm just adding a little bit more of the frosty color back on. Very carefully. At this point, I've got a lot of paint on. Again, this painting is a little bit more forgiving than most when it comes to mud mixing, because technically everything is muddy. It is just separated more by value than by color. And mud is typically a color thing and less of a value thing. Although value does play into it. The light and the dark does play into mud, but it plays in less significantly than color. So by using all the same color, more or less, you're muddy. Things don't tend to muddy up as badly at all, really. What I'm trying to say is the whole painting's muddy, so none of the painting is muddy. It's kind of interesting. You should try it and you'll see what I mean. At this point, I'm just putting some final details on the painting, going between the fan brush and the detail round brush, just depending on what I'm doing. Here you can see I'm just trying to make that tree look a little bit more closer, and just adding various little details. This will vary based on your painting. Your painting is different than mine, and you may need different things in order to finish it. Just like if I were to repaint this again, my final details would be different because things just finish differently. You know what I mean? You might not need detail on that tree, but you might need detail over here in the grass more. You know what I mean? You get the point. My point is, don't feel so locked in, rigid. You should only really be following my lessons like 80% and let the other 20% just develop on its own. I mean, it probably happens whether you want it or not, but you know what I mean? Just let the painting develop. Give yourself some flexibility to make it your own. And I think you might have more fun that way. you've been watching me use the liner brush just to create some beautiful little grasses and whatnot. And this really does add that final detail, the final touch to this painting that I think is really appropriate. I think it looks good. This is the time where I just relax and just sort of let things flow. Doesn't really have to be perfect, doesn't have to be really any set area. I will say this, if you're struggling with the liner brush, you just need to practice. Get you a blank canvas, cover it with a coat of oil paint, blue and white, get it pretty wet, and then just practice. Make hundreds and thousands of little blades of grass. Practice the circular motion. You want your brush to go in a circle, and then you move forward into the painting. But so you're touching the painting, but your hand is already moving in a circle. You'll notice that's what I do most of the time, and that will help you not get that blob at the bottom of the grass. See how my hand is going in a circle, and then I touch down? That is so important. So you want movement before you contact the canvas, not the other way around. Beginners will contact the canvas and then initiate their movement. I'm moving in midair, and then I contact the canvas. That's the secret to the liner brush. And with that, we are finished with the painting. I'm just adding a couple of little bits of frosty color, little ice or something that's collecting on the side of this chimney, the brick chimney here. It almost looks like there's smoke coming out of the chimney because of the tree behind it. That's a little odd. I probably should have brought the dark over on the tree a little further, but it doesn't matter. It's okay either way. It was not supposed to be smoke coming out, but you could easily add smoke coming out. Why not? And here you can see I'm just finishing cleaning it up. Does it really need it? No, but I do it anyways. Sometimes you just get so far in a painting, you just don't know where to stop. But this just about wraps it up, really. It's just, it's been an interesting lesson. It's been a little different for me, at least recently. I haven't done a lot in muted tones, and I hope you've enjoyed it. We'll do something more colorful next time, I'm sure, because it's me. I can't help myself but to use a lot of color and a lot of light. But the lighting, I think, in this painting is still overall pretty solid. I'm excited to see your version. Definitely post it here on Patreon. I'm sure you'll do a great job. You can spend as much time or as little time in this painting as you like. You can dial back the detail for sure if you want to. But anyway, thank you so much for the support, and I appreciate everything that you do for us. You know, all the nice comments and suggestions. And yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching.